Welcome everybody to the fifth race of the VGTR VCO Grand Final Qualifiers, and we are here at Monza for the 6 hours of Monza, and we are in qualifying where we are just about to see the first couple of laps being set, and I'm pretty sure the first couple of laps will be set by, oh, let me have a look. The number 500 of Matthias Gwods. He is going to be the first person to cross the line, and we'll see what the baseline time will be. He's driving the Lamborghini, a pretty good car around the circuit. But we also know that the Forza Italia guys are pretty quick when it comes to racing, so what will it be? Will we see the first couple of 47s float in, maybe a 46? We'll find out as it crosses the Parabolica corner now and up towards the line. I feel like it's going to be a pretty solid 47, if not a 46. As he comes across the line now, it's going to be a 47.3 to be the baseline lap. Abe Santana crosses line. It's a 46.8. Ben Ku across the line, a 48.8. And Yura Protochenko, 47.7 for him. Chiro Nachita going to be crossing the line now. In the BMW, it's going to be a 40... invalid lap time. Timur Chulukin, a 46.6, the fastest time so far on this qualifying session. Sandra Bauer, 49.9. Sammy Cal, 48.6. That gets beaten by Alex Amet, a 48.3. Maximilian Bacher, for MSR, 47.3. Very close to the back of Matthias Gwoz. And that is it for now, as somebody did just cross the line, and I think that was Philip Perlinski, 47.7 for the number 11 Whipperman racing car. And there are two cars side by side nearly, Scott Donaldson and the pseudo racing car up in front. He will be getting the slipstream though, so we'll see how he will participate, how he will start his qualifying session. Comes across the line, a 47.7. And for Diego Cozzolino, 49.2, puts himself up into 12th place. And that is it for now. Chiro Nachita letting Timur Chulukin through. As Timur Chulukin going 2/10 up on his time. Abe Santama not yellow flag, invalid that time out. Matthias Gwods going 2/10 up. Timur Chulukin actually invalidates through Ascari chicane. That puts him under pressure now. Well, not really under pressure, because there's still enough time. Yura Petroshenko going 1.1 seconds up. Will he invalidate his lap? No, he won't. Behind Ben Ku, he's a second up. Will he put himself up into the second row? And he puts himself up into the first row, 46.6 for the Whipperman racing car. Might have been quicker. As Yura Petroshenko going a 10th up already through the first sector. Timur Chulukin coming towards the first corner. A very crucial one in order to get the rest of the lap done and dusted. He did not get it wrong. And it was a pretty good lap indeed. Matthias Gwods off the track in the second corner. Second chicane, actually. And he comes out of the pits now. Timur Chulukin still 2/10 up through the second chicane. Three-tenths up, coming through the first Lesmo. It was just inside off the line. As he comes through the second Lesmo now, one that sets you up for the run towards Ascari. That was a pretty good exit out of that one. Behind him is Chiro Nachita as well, trying to improve. He's going 5/10 up. He has not yet set a lap, so we'll see what he's able to do on his first one. Towards the Ascari chicane now. Very easy to get it wrong, but so easy also to gain so much time there as he comes through it, and he invalidates it too much on that entry curb. Abe Santama now will have the chance in order to take provisional pole. He messes it up a little bit coming through Parabolica. He might be able to put it onto the front row. No, scrap that. He might be able to put it on the provisional pole position. Yes, he does. By 0.005 of a second. Great lap time by him. And a good performance by him. Europa Chichenko still going a 10th up. Tudor Nachita still not able to set a valid lap time. Neither can Darren Jones or Daniel Giraldo, still in the pits. And Louis Rotters also not able to set a valid lap time so far. These guys have been on an insane consecutive wins in this league so far, in this series. They've had 4 consecutive race wins, even with their kind of poor showing at Valencia. They were still able to win and show what they're made of. As Darren Jones finally can be able to set a valid lap time, coming through Parabolica now, up towards the line. And what will it be? The first lap for the number 84 Lamborghini. It's a 1:48.1, up into 10th place for them. Louis Rotters finally able to keep it on the track for now. We'll see what he's able to do. Europa Chichenko coming through Parabolica. They're 0.3 up on their lap time. Finally might be able to put it up on the provisional pole position. 0.3 up. This will be a 46.4. Great lap time by the BMW driver. And up onto the provisional pole place. And this will be worrying news for Abe and Timur Chulukin, as they're just trying to start their lap times. Not sure what they're trying to do there. Getting a better exit. As Abe Santama, yellow flag, just trying to set up a good lap here. As for who is finally setting a good time is Louis Rotters. Finally, it is a valid lap for the Whipperman racing car. And just one more corner to negotiate until they can have their base time on the board. I'm pretty sure it'll be a great time as well, as they're coming through Parabolica towards the line now. What will it be? Well, it will be a cheeky little 46.9 up onto the second row for the Whipperman racing car. Ideally would like to be on pole position, but race pace is absolutely everything for them here. Still is a 6-hour race. As Europa Chichenko was up on their time, and yellow flags invalidates it through Ascari. Louis Rotters going 0.3 up on their time. Ideally what they need is 0.5 in order to be able to get ahead of their other Whipperman racing car. But we'll see if they're able to do that. There's a bit of a bad exit out of the second Lesmo, compromising the exit, and they run towards the Scari. Louis Rotters not going to be going up any positions, but it's definitely a pretty strong improvement. So far predicted to do a 46.7. Will put them right behind Timur Chulukin. And they know where to improve as well through the second Lesmo in particular. As they cross the line now, and it will be a 46.7. And they ended there. Darren Jones going 0.4 up. This will be enough to put them ahead of Sammy Cowell. They're able to continue this form on through the Parabolica. They go now. And up towards the line, a 47 is visible and is what they achieve, a 47.6, a whole 3/10 ahead of Sami Cal as well. Timur Chulukin going 2/10 up, already up towards the the Ascari chicane. Forza Cardinale so far in 7th place, well, 47.6, 47.3, apologies. As Timur Chulukin messes it up a little bit there, coming through the Ascari chicane. And that is their lap over. Europachichenko was going up. There was an outlap. Manuel Cardinale will be setting up their next lap. It's Chidor Nechita up into 12th place with a 47.7. Good lap by the BMW driver. Another person to set a lap time is Daniel Giraldo, 48.5, and Diego Cozzolino, 48.1, up into 14th place. That now relegates Benjamin Koo and the VGTR eSport Junior team down into last place, unfortunately. However, not all hope is lost, as they're actually way up on their time. I'm not sure if that is correct. That is saying that they're going to second up. So is Chris Martin, apparently. 1.1 seconds up. Oof. I mean, if this is true, then this will be one of the best laps we've seen. One of the best improvements we've seen, but unfortunately it isn't. It's actually 4/10 worse on their best time. Sander Derbauer going 2/10 up through the Ascari chicane. Ooh, a little bit of a sideways action there again and again, and not invalidating there. That looked very, very tight. Can we see the onboard of Cardinale's car? Yeah, you know what? Pretty sure. Oh, well, that was a bit too late. Yeah, it's a bit too late now, and they're going back to the pits. We'll have it on board when they finally do decide to do a lap again. And Chidor Nechita 2/10 up, 47.7. This will be enough to put them ahead of Darren Jones and Philip Verlinski. And indeed it does, a 47.5 for the BMW driver. A great lap by them. Nick DeSantis also going 3/10 up for Pit Stop UK Lamborghini. And Chris Martin going 4/10 up, though I don't know if I should believe that. It said they were going 1.1 seconds. Quicker last time out. Nick DeSantis 2/10 up. Oh, only now 1/10 up, losing a bit of time through Parabolica. And they head towards the line now. It is enough to put them ahead of Emmanuel Cardinale and Chris Martin at 47.2. Next across the line will be Alex Ames, 47.9. Finally hitting into the 47s. Chris Martin apparently 5/10 up. This will be a 46, and enough to put them ahead of their other Pit Stop UK car as they come across the line now. And it will be a 47.2, not 5/10 out, but it is enough to put them ahead of Nick DeSantis and Emmanuel Cardinale for 7th place. Maximilian Bacher, 2/10 up. Now only a 10th up. And now not improving at all. They only need about a 10th or 2 in order to get ahead of Mateus Guads for 5th place. They will be on the same row though, but it is better to start in a different position. 46.902. It was an improvement, but not enough in order to get up into 5th place. There's Daniel Giraldo. Now will be coming across the line. 3/10 up on their time. This will be a pretty good improvement. Will be enough to put them ahead of Alex Ames and Raymond Camps. Will it be enough to put them ahead of Sammy Cal? Yes, it will. 47.7 is a great time for the Ferrari driver. As Yura Petrochenko sets the quickest lap time of a 46.322 now. A whole 3/10 ahead of Abe Santama, who's just not been able to get back on form. Timur Chulukin going 2/10 up. That might spoil the front row start for Abe Santama, as he's actually a 10th down on his time. And Timur Chulukin now just has to navigate Ascari chicane without invalidating it, and he doesn't. Great stuff by him. Now towards the Parabolica chicane, Parabolica curve. He goes. 2/10 up on their time. All they need is another 10th in order to put themselves onto provisional pole as they come across the line now. I think it will spoil Abe Santama's front row start as Timur Chulukin goes up into 2nd place. A 46.397, only 700ths slower than Yura Petrochenko, and a purple last sector for the McLaren driver. And definitely can improve through the first sector, it looks like. Filip Verlinski going 3/10 up through the Ascari now. All they need is about 2/10 in order to put themselves up ahead of Ciro Nishita and Emmanuel Cardinale. Timur Chulukin is going a 10th up, and sadly no longer doing so. But 3/10 up for Filip Verlinski. This will be a good lap. Might even put themselves up ahead of Luca Filippi if they are able to carry more speed through the Parabolica curve. As they come across the line now, and it might be actually 7th place. Yes, it is. A 47.1, a whole 10th ahead of Chris Martin. As they stop and feel that it is good enough for them. Now, where is Luis Rotas? Luis Rotas, 4th place right now. 46.7 is the best that they could do so far. And there's Emmanuel Cardinale going a 10th up, and I actually forgot we're supposed to be going on board of them. There's the onboard of the Swiss driver for Ragioli Racing. As they come across the line now, it will be an improvement. Will it be enough to put them ahead of many cars? It will be. Up into 7th place for Emmanuel Cardinale after falling so much. Now back up into 7th. And we can see them going through the first corner, very tidy. Luca Filippi going 2/10 up. Now, I don't know if I should believe it, because so far it said that Luca Filippi was going for the pole position time. No, he really wasn't. And he's not going to go for it anymore because he hasn't validated. Cheetah and Cheetah going a 10th up on their time. Through the Ascari chicane. This might be good enough in order to go up into 11th. Benjamin Koo also trying to get out of last place. He's going 3/10 up on the 48.8. As Shooter Nachita does improve, but not enough to put himself up into 11th place. As there's Benjamin Koo. Two tenths up. All they need is about 3 tenths or 4 tenths in order to go up ahead of the other Porsche. The only two Porsches starting last and last on the last row. As he goes up, and he does improve, a 48.3 for the Porsche driver. And it's Raymond Camps now 4 tenths up on their time. He crosses the line, and it wasn't 4 tenths up. As Luca Filippi now crosses the line, it won't be 6 tenths up, I don't think. As he does actually cross the line, it is an improvement of 47.1. Good enough improvement in order to put himself up into 9th place. As the final 6 minutes of this qualifying session commence. Maximilian Bacher going a 10th up. Might be enough to put themselves ahead of Louis Rotters. And he does put himself up ahead of Mateus Quads. Finally, a 46.7. Scott Donaldson going 3 tenths up. And Abe Santama actually improving by a whole 2 tenths. And it's just not meant to be. As Timur looking now right in front. Also improving on their time. But also just not able to keep a hold of it. Lewis Rotters back into the pits. Maximilian Bacher a 10th up. Scott Donaldson apparently a 10th up. No, I don't really believe it. And Timur Chulukin invalidating their lap. Abe Santama only needs about a 10th, 1.2 tenths in order to get ahead of Timur Chulukin for the front row. Front row is exactly what you need here. If you're starting in the midfield, you are at a huge risk of colliding with other people. But he is not able to improve on this lap, and he'll have to wait and see how he can do next time out. Nobody else really improving on their time. It is a pretty hot track out there today. And does not seem like there's going to be rain. Who is improving is Sammy Cal. Well, he was until I switched my camera over to him. Cheetah on a Cheetah, 10th up, and it is an improvement, but still 0.02 of a second separate him and Darren Jones. Scott Donaldson going a 10th up on their time. 47.2 is what they have. A 10th up might put them up into 8th place. Let's see as they cross the line now, and it's not an improvement, and the thing lied to me yet again. Yura Pichachenko going a 10th up on their time. Abe Santima not able to improve. Timur Chuluking 3/10 off, and he's going to probably have 2 more laps if he's got the fuel for it. Yura Pichachenko still matching their best times, their best sectors. As Abe Santima just trying to set their final lap. As they cross the line now. This will be their final push lap in order to contend for the front row start. They need these good position finishes in order to get up into the VCO positions. Yura Pichachenko. Was it an improvement? And yes, it was. A 46.2 is now what's to beat. Timur Chuluking is trying to beat that. He's going a 10th up on Yura Pichachenko's time. As he goes a bit too wide through the Lesmo. And that's going to be one of his push laps completely over. Now he just needs to focus on cooling down those tires enough in order to make the most out of the next push lap. Scott Donaldson supposedly going 4/10 up. I really hope he would, but I'm not sure it is going to be. There's still one more lap going to be out of that car, as it was nearly an improvement. And that is it for Scott Donaldson Scott Donaldson's qualifying time. And so it is for Abe Santima's qualifying time as well, as Timur Chuluking comes into the pits. He does not want to contend for the provisional pole, and Yura Pichachenko is pretty much safe as it can get. Except if Louis Rotters can absolutely nail every single sector. What he really would like to improve on is most likely his first sector, which I don't think he did, unfortunately. As everybody else now begins to finish off their laps. And Louis Rotters now the final person to be crossing the line with a possible improvement on at hand. Will it be another spoiled qualifying for Abe Santima as Louis Rotters tries to take 3rd place? Still, both of them will start on the 2nd row, so it won't matter too much. But Louis Rotters trying to send a message, and it's just not enough by 0.02 of a second. Louis Rotters misses out on 3rd place. It is a good day for Abe Santima. There's Darren Jones now trying to make up as much time as he can through the parabolic curve. A 10th is what he'd like, probably, to get up onto the 5th row, but I don't think he will have that in him. It was not an improvement, but it was still a good run. Well, that is it for the qualifying session. The whole 30 minutes of qualifying. And your starting grid is right here. As we just wait for them all to get onto the formation grid. And I'll be back shortly. And finally, we are on the grid for what is going to be the penultimate race of the season. Maybe I can even ask Abe what he thinks will happen.
Please survive. That's better than some people.
Yeah, but actually, I think oh yeah, nobody's. At least the good thing about being in the back row, nobody can ram into you.
Yeah, you'll ram into them.
Oh yeah, let's go. The back row is just both Porsches.
Abe, what's the target?
Oh wait, what?
Abe, what's the target?
BMW's in pole.
Come on.
Abe's dead.
Abe's just
Rest in peace.
Abe's dead.
Abe's just acting like Max Verstappen, man. Bro. What's the target for the race?
I don't know.
Thank you for the insight. Thank
It's
you
like
so
a
much.
gimme interview.
Already become like the presenter at Spa.
What? Which?
Like,
Oh, how important is it to qualify first for a 24-hour race?
We're not first.
oh man,
Shut up. Anyway.
you
Good
are
luck.
first. Oh.
Very insightful words by the leading VGTR esport team of Abe Santama. Probably a bit unhappy that he is starting in third, but he is on the inside, so he will have a good run on Timur Chulukin. But, you know, it does not take away the fact that he might get rear-ended himself, so it's always nerve-wracking when you are at Monza, and you know you're hoping for a good race, but it can be over in just a corner. It can actually be over before the corner. We've seen it happen before at SRO when it was raining. I feel like, was it raining? Or I don't think it was raining. But yeah, somebody spun out on the straight right before the first corner, pile up into the first corner. You know, it's just unpleasant when that does happen. But with less cars today, and hopefully with a bit more sensible driving, we'll have a good amount of racing in these 6 hours, and we'll be hoping for a good race as well. I mean, I'm really predicting that it shouldn't have there shouldn't be any crashes into the first corner. Well, you know what, let's put it this way. There is a high possibility of crashes, but I predict that there won't be. I feel like it might be, you know, a bit of bumping. A bit of bumper bumping or door bumping, but I think all the real action is going to be left to Ascari or the Lesmos. That's where usually, like, if everybody gets through turn 1 cleanly, the confidence goes really high, and everybody starts going for moves that shouldn't be possible, and then, you know, into the second chicane, into the Lesmos, into Ascari, people start sending interesting moves, to say the least. But we'll be crossing our fingers that this doesn't happen today. As they come through the Ascari chicane for the last time this slow, hopefully. They line up side by side now. And Yuri Petrichenko leading the way. And I think no matter what happens, there might be a Whipperman racing car winning today's race. If it's Lewis Rotters, if it's Yuri Petrichenko, I don't think it really doesn't matter. But we'll see what happens as they come through the Parabolica now. The penultimate race of the season, where a lot can change. And they come towards the line. The Temple of Speed, one that claims a lot of drivers' time and annoyance with crashes into turn 1, as Yuri Petrichenko will be hoping to get a better start compared to Timur Chulukin. The Marshal looking on, waiting to wave the green flag, and the race has started for the 5th time this season. Timur Chulukin actually having a pretty good start. He's already side by side and might be challenging here. Yuri Petrichenko for the lead around the outside of turn 1. What is going to happen here? Abe Santama also trying to get into second place, and oh, the leaders collide, and pretty much everybody's trying to cut the chicane. Abe Santama now back down into 5th place. Lewis Rotters up into 4th. Matthias Gwad's having a great start. He's up into 3rd place. Timur Chulukin leading the way yet again for the 2nd time in a row. Yuri Petrichenko down in 2nd place. Behind them, Emmanuel Cardinale going side by side with Maximilian Bacher. Lewis Rotters and Abe Santama trying to trade positions into the 2nd chicane. As Lewis Rotters on the inside, he's hit the chicane sausage curb, but he fortunately did not collide with Abe Santama. Behind them is the BMW of Philip Berlinski with Ryan Leach battling for 8th place. And behind them also Chris Martin trying to get into this battle. But no big pile-ups so far, which is what we like to see. Chris Martin now pretty much bump drafting his teammate of Ryan Leach, trying to force him to overtake. They're going too wide in a 4-car formation here as they come into the Ascari chicane. Shooter and the Cheetah also trying to get into this action, and they're going to be going side by side. Oh, Chris Martin forced wide and now is in the wall, and that's going to be a heck of a lot of damage on that car. As Yuri Petrichenko now falling down into 3rd place, as Matthias Gwad's having a great start indeed, up into 2nd place, but for how long is the question, as Yuri Petrichenko now going to be trying to go on the inside. Abe Santama hoping to get a piece of this action as well, as he's going to try and make it go 3 wide into the 1st corner. I don't think he'll be going for a move yet, as Yuri Petrichenko on the inside might have this position cooked up. No, he won't. Now he's under pressure from Abe Santama. Great start so far, and what's happened behind? There's Tudor and the Cheetah. So they left it up into the 2nd lap. It's Alex Ames now side by side with Benjamin Koo. And now Benjamin Koo getting passed by Diego Cozzolino. But for how long? As Benjamin Koo going to be trying to go on the inside. Castellino! Whoa. Cutting that chicane, just barely missing Alex Ames and Benjamin Koo. As Benjamin Koo goes very wide off the 2nd Lesmo and loses those positions. And Alex Ames now back in the fight. As Abe Santama going side by side with Yuri Petrichenko. He's ahead into the Ascari chicane. He's up into 3rd place. And Yuri Petrichenko not having the greatest of starts at all. The Whipperman Racing team tumbling down a lot of positions. So it did Lewis Rotters. Down into 6th place. 2 positions lost on the start. Fastest lap now set by Timur Chulukin, who's already 2 seconds ahead on Matthias Gwad's. Look at what's happening here as Abe Santama now is passed by Yura Pichachenko. He's going to try and go on the inside. Emmanuel Cardinale also trying to get into this action. Side by side, Abe Santama on the inside of Yura Pichachenko. He gets the move done. As Emmanuel Cardinale now under pressure from Lewis Rosses behind. And Ryan Leach also under pressure from Filip Filulinski behind. As he gets past him for 7th place. Louis Rotters not wanting to sit behind for too long. He's in 6th place. As Abe Santama now sets his eyes on Mateusz Gwozdz. I don't think he'll be looking back to Yura Pichachenko far too long. As Louis Rotters now only 2/10 away from Emmanuel Cardinale, a 10th away. He might be trying to strike a move into the Ascari chicane. I don't think he will yet. Sander Derbauer in the background fighting with Chris Martin. Diego Casalino also getting passed by Tudor Nachita. 4/10 off is Louis Rotters from Emmanuel Cardinale. So is Yura Pichachenko from Abe Santama. And he might be actually catching him quickly here in the slipstream of the McLaren. The BMW will be covering every single mirror that Abe Santama has as he goes to the outside. But Abe Santama covering off all bases there, putting his car in the middle. As somebody dips their wheels into the gravel. Pretty sure that might have been Mateusz Gwozdz, as he's now lost a lot of time to Abe Santama. Still up at the front. Yura Pichachenko was looking to make a move into the 2nd chicane, so was Louis Rotters. And in the background, Daniel Giraldo also trying to force Sammy Cowell into a mistake. He does. And now on the inside, he does a little bit of a switcheroo. And into the first Lesmo, Daniel Giraldo will be on the inside. Sammy Cowell taking the outside, the probably slower line. Daniel Giraldo will be still on the inside, trying to make a move. And, well, Sammy Cowell actually covering that off very, very well. Still in 9th place. Tudor Nachita fighting with Alex Ames for 13th place. Diego Casalino also in the slipstream of Chris Martin in the background. Benjamin Koo trying to fight with Sander Derbauer. The 2 Porsches fighting for the best Porsche title. Timur Chalukin going a bit slow, losing some time through the Parabolica curve. Yura Pichachenko only 2/10 away from Abe Santama. He needs to get a better exit here in order to maximize it. Abe Santama makes a huge mistake. He goes very wide out of the Parabolica curve. But was that a worse exit? We'll find out as they head into the first chicane. Yura Pichachenko looking on the inside, not gonna be yet going for the move. Daniel Giraldo and Maximilian Bacher trading positions as they go side by side. Behind them is also Darren Jones, who is willingly will take all of these positions if these guys crash. As they go, ooh, Daniel Giraldo off onto the sausage curbs, and he tumbles right behind Darren Jones and Maximilian Bacher, trying to not go behind the rest as Chris Martin makes another mistake. And he's down into 17th. Yura Pichachenko only 2/10 away from Abe Santama. And still, Europachichenko not able to get side by side into the first chicane. Really does need to get a way better exit in order to try and make a move. Getting a better exit out of the first chicane there. Gaining a lot of time on Ape Santama. Might try and go side by side into the second chicane. As he does round the outside. I'm not sure if the move is on. Europachichenko trying to make a move as he now gets the better exit compared to Ape Santama. Ape Santama nearly dipping his wheels into the gravel. And behind them, Emmanuel Cardinale still gaining as these guys continue to battle. And all of this time, Mateusz Gwod's able to just pull away from this battle, and so is Timur Chulukin, who is a whole 4 seconds ahead of Mateusz Gwod. Europachichenko now has to think of how he needs to do this final corner in order to get it right. Sander Der Bauer having having an incident at the Ascari chicane. He has got him back going now, but he's lost a lot of positions to Benjamin Koo and Chris Martin. Europachichenko every time just gets so close to the back of Ape Santama. We're not able to overtake. The top speed of the BMW, not the greatest. As Louis Rods is now on the inside. He does have the opportunity to go for a move on Emmanuel Cardinale. Emmanuel Cardinale going a bit wide into the chicane, but still able to stay ahead of Louis Rotters. Louis Roth is now going to be on the inside, making a move into the Ascari chicane. It is going to be very, very close. As Timur Chulukin having a moment in the Ascari, bringing Mateusz Gwod's very, very close now. Maximilian Bacher now ahead of Sami Cal. Louis Rotter still behind Emmanuel Cardinale. Europachichenko losing quite some gap as Louis Rotter's just ahead of Emmanuel Cardinale. I think Emmanuel Cardinale pretty much just letting him go, it looked like. And Louis Rotter's up into 5th place. We're now with a huge gap to his teammate of Europachichenko. And to be fair, it might be the smart thing to do in order to let Louis Rotters through, because if they keep on fighting, they'll be losing so much time, because recently they've been losing about 1.3 seconds a lap, 1.5 seconds a lap to the back of Europachichenko. And here, if they stop battling and they work together, they might be able to catch up to the group ahead, which might start to form into a 6-way battle for P1. Depends on how fast Mateusz Gwod and Ape Santama can catch up to Timur Chulukin. As Europachichenko now finally catching up to the back of Ape Santama yet again. They made so much progress when they weren't fighting, and now, well, they're doing it again. Europachenko thinking he might have a move here as he goes on the inside. He does send the move into the first chicane, and he does get ahead of Abe Santama for 3rd place. That was one hell of a move by Europachenko. Late thinking in order to finally send it. And now Abe Santama down into 4th place. Not sure if Abe is going to like this one bit, as he will try and get that position back as soon as he can. Hello, Gilles Zanaman. We are back yet again. The Monza F1 race kind of turning into a boring fest yet again. So, you know, I've had it on a tiny little screen under me, so if there's nothing going on here, I can, you know, one eye watch it, but nothing really has happened. So, Monza, boring as always. Darren Jones, though, trying to make a move on Sammy Cal. No, actually, you know what? It's F1 on Monza that's boring, because all of them just keep on going into DRS trains, or they just continue going into DRS overall and overtake everybody on the straight. So, whereas in GT cars, you know, it still is pretty much the same. Because everybody just toes in, slipstream, down the straight, on the inside, into the first corner, and they try and make the move stick. Yeah, F1 is quite boring. At least this season, you know. I can't wait what happens in 2025, because that'll be a lot of fun. You know, finally new engines maybe might be a bit closer instead of, you know, either Honda or Mercedes winning. As Darren Jones now makes a move on Sammy Cal. Great move indeed. Nope, no he doesn't. He tried to make a move. It was a great one, but he didn't go for it. He didn't go through with it. As I forget yet again, I need to put on the stint timer thing, so then I can see when people are supposed to come into the pits. It's not going to be anytime soon, since it's only been 18 minutes since the start. Is now back yet again. Europachenko, fastest lap off the race, and will be making a move on Mateusz Gwozdz. They are trying to climb back up into their starting position of first. Europachenko on the inside of Mateusz Gwozdz. Mateusz Gwozdz not willing to give up that position too quickly. And I think there was just a tiny little tap, and there was, on the rear tires of Europachenko, but not enough in order to send them flying. And Europachenko back up into 2nd place. Now, next person that they want to get will be Timur Chlukin, only 3.4 seconds up the road. However, I don't think Mateusz Gwozdz wants to give up that position too quickly, as he's still continuing to fight. And that's bringing Abe Santama into the battle yet again. And Abe Santama now wanting to reclaim 3rd place. This time from Mateusz Gwozdz. Gwozdz? Is it pronounced Gwozdz? Gwozdz. I think it's a Polish name. Indeed it is. Not sure how to pronounce it. Sammy Cowell now side by side with Darren Jones. Darren Jones actually ahead for now. And Sammy Cowell now will be slipstreaming down the whole straight. Going to be going side by side behind them. Daniel Giraldo also wanting to claim these positions. Round the outside, Sammy Cowell. I don't think that will work, except if he gets the entry for the next part of the chicane. They're still side by side as they will come across Curva Alboreto. Is it Curva Alboreto? I think it's Curva Alboreto. Oh, I forget. It doesn't matter. They're going side by side anyway through that curve and up into the next chicane. As Daniel Giraldo will also try and take that position, and I don't think he will. Is it Curva Alboreto or is it Curva Alberto? Let me see. Monza turn names. Hope I'm not missing anything. I'm not. Curva Grande. Curva Alboreto, I think, is what they renamed. They've renamed the Parabolica to be. Or they supposedly did, but who knows. Sammy Cowell up into 11th place now. But he's only 3/10 away from Darren Jones. Up at the front, Abe Santama 3/10 away from Mateusz Gwozdz. And not making a move this time out. Let me see, are these cookies still fine? I think they're still there from last week. I hope nobody lives in them. Smells okay. Not really a cookie, it's a biscuit. Very nice. To recommend these. You see, there is a difference between sim racing commentators and like proper F1 commentators, for example. Like, they don't talk about what they're eating because they're not eating in their commentary box. And I am. Well, I will be in a second. Right, Abe. 2/10 away from Mateusz Gwozdz. You go side by side. Round the outside. We've seen this move happen before. And Abe Santama will be on the inside for the next part of the chicane. Mateusz Gwozdz will get the better exit, I think, coming into Curva Grande. But Abe Santama just able to carry way more speed. And ahead he goes for now. As in the background, there's a huge thing going on. Cheater and the cheetah will have to give those positions back, I think. Mateusz Gwozdz not wanting to give up too easily. on the battle for third place. Third place, I think, will be pretty good for Abe here. And I think the guys ahead are already ahead in the championship. I think. As Mateus Squads actually makes a huge mistake. And Abe won't have to worry about that for long. Lewis Rotters still in 5th. Will they win on strategy, possibly? Like they did last time. So the people ahead of VGTR Esport is Forza Italia by 14 points. And Ranchioli Racing by a whopping 19 points. And the two Whipperman racing cars obviously very far away. So, Ranchioli Racing right now in 6th compared to 3rd. Will be a 10 points difference. As Emmanuel Cardinale actually gets past Lewis Rotters, so that will be 5th place. As it stands. Forza Italia 4th to 3rd is 4 points, so won't be up into... Oh, Mateus Squads going wide out there. So I don't think they'll be moving up any positions unless VGTR Esport of Abe Santaman can get up into 2nd and Emmanuel Cardinale and Mateus Squads, I don't know, get disqualified. But the gap up at the front, I don't think will matter at all for Louis Rotters, as he is a whole 59 points ahead of F1 memes. So it's good to have a streak going of first places. But yeah, I don't think it really matters. They'll still go through into GT3 spot. Now, Chris Martin. Behind Cozzolino. Ooh, trying to get a switcheroo there. Around the outside, which will turn into the inside in the next chicane. Sander Bauer into the pits as Alex Ames and Daniel Giraldo yellow flags. Good news for Ben Koo, who is right there behind them. And will they try to get that position away from Daniel Giraldo? As there goes the Porsche on the inside. Job's done. Is it though? Daniel Giraldo will be coming back on the inside. Sadly for him, not able to get it back going. Emmanuel Cardinale trying to get the position back from Louis Rotters. Darren Jones still fighting with Sammy Cal, 2/10 away. Trying to make a move. On the inside. Really hope it would rain. But I don't think it will. Actually, clouds. Many clouds up in the sky. Might be good signs. Final race being at Kielami, South Africa. Is that rainy? I guess they have their own rain seasons, right? South Africa. South Africa is known for being hot, though. So does Kielami. Daniel Giraldo, yellow flag yet again through the Ascari chicane. Darren Jones, 2/10 away from Sammy Cal still. And Emmanuel Cardinale now in a battle with Louis Rotters and Matthias Guads, who's had a pretty middle part of this stint. You know, I think it's pretty much halfway through their stints now. And they'll have to come into the pits quite soon. Well, in like 38 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. Depends on the strategy. Abe Santama still chipping away at Europachichenko lap by lap. Last lap was about 1.3 tenths quicker than Europachichenko, but we'll see what happens this lap as well. As Abe was able to get out 500ths of a lap quicker than Europachichenko last lap, so definitely trying the best. Probably Europachichenko losing some tires from the battle with everybody. But I feel like on a track that's what, like 34 degrees, I think tires will be cooking. Absolutely cooking. Oh, Abe Santama in the gravel. Ooh, that is not good. Though he does have a bit of a gap to Matthias Guads. That is going to really, really burn the tires, though. As Louis Rotters now still closing and closing to Matthias Guads. Yellow flag for Darren Jones. He's stranded. As Louis Rotters now on the inside of Matthias Guads. Trying to make a move. And he does. Very nicely done. Manuel Cardinale also trying to squeeze in there. But I don't think Matthias Guads is going to let that happen one bit. And they did make contact, but not too much at all. Manuel Cardinale also trying to ruin Mateusz Guad's day and relegate him down into 6th, which is where they would have started. Well, which is where they did start. Philip Ferlinski in the background also trying to gain on Ryan Leach. Ryan Leach getting in a pretty good start, actually. As Manuel Cardinale and Mateusz Guad yet again making contact and again making contact. Philip Berlinski not able to get that overtake as Darren Jones comes into the pits. As Yuri Pichichenko now will be battling for first. Timur Chalukin's luck might have run out here. But this does spell good news for Abe, as if these guys do continue to battle for so long, then they might slow each other down just enough. In order to get Abe closer and closer into this battle. As there he is, actually, just coming through the first chicane. Philip Ferlinski still trying to go on the inside of Ryan Leach. Into the first chicane they go now, and nobody is going to be braking later than anybody. Both braking at about the same time, and Philip Ferlinski having to let Ryan Leach through. Philip Ferlinski still on the inside as they head into the Lesmos. Definitely could have been a move there. As Maximilian Bauer now going to be looking on and hoping that these guys collide. Is Emmanuel Cardinale finally getting passed by Mateusz Guad, or did he? as they were going and trading positions, and Matej Squad still ahead now of Emmanuel Cardinale, as Yuri Pichichenko just 2/10 away from Timur Chulukin. And crucially for Abe, 2/10 up on these guys' times that last lap. Is Maximilian Bacher now closing the gap to Filip Berlinski, trying to now go around the outside into the first chicane. We've seen it happen before, but will it happen this time as well, as Filip Berlinski not letting him go that easily, trying to force him onto the gravel, and Maximilian Bacher just not able to get that overtake done yet. Yuri Pichichenko still 3/10 behind, 2/10 behind Timur Chulukin as they head through the second Lesmos. As Maximilian Bacher now ahead of Filip Berlinski as a consequence of Filip Berlinski fighting too hard with Ryan Leach. So that's exactly what happens. And Emmanuel Cardinale still a 10th away from Matej Squad's round the outside. Can he try and take it into Parabolica? I don't think he will. That he will have the better exit onto the inside. But sadly for him, it's just not meant to be, as he is trying to push Quads out the way, and he does force him to go to the outside for a split second. Yuri Pichichenko trying to take the lead around the outside of Curva Grande. Will he have this overtake done before the second chicane? I don't think he will, but he still has all of the time in the world in order to make it into the second chicane, and he does on the inside, forcing Timur Chulukin very, very wide onto the grass, and Timur Chulukin now has to concede the position, and Yuri Pichichenko up into first place for the first time in this race. As Abe Santama did like that battle indeed, because he has gained a whole second on these two while they were battling. Ryan Leach now side by side with Maximilian Bacher. Maximilian Bacher up into 7th place. And still good news for Abe, as Timur Chulukin still trying to attack Yuri Pichichenko into the first sector, and Abe gained approximately 1.6 seconds to Timur Chulukin last lap. Is this Assetto Corsa? It is the Competizione version of Assetto Corsa, so the newer version of it. And GT3, GT4, Porsche Cup, Lamborghini Trofeo, and BMW M2. No mods. And pretty, I mean, it's not a limited amount of cars. You still have a ton of cars to choose from, but not many classes. So, but it is very fun racing. Mateus was 2/10 away. Now a bit further away as Filip Ferlinski round the outside of Ryan Leach, still trying to get that overtake done that he tried ever so hard to do last time out. On the inside, Ryan Leach will have the better exit though, as he gets ahead right before Curva Grande. And flashing from Ferlinski, not happy with the move that Ryan Leach pulled off apparently. As Ferlinski now still on the inside and still on the inside, and he does push Ryan Leach out wide onto the gravel. Now Ryan Leach will be flashing him and into the Lesmos. Ferlinski actually lets him go. Acknowledging that it is a 6-hour race, not a 20-minute race. Does let him go, and the battle continues on. Mateus squad still not able to overtake. And Ryan Leach still battling on with Ferlinski. Ferlinski losing a bit of time there. Mateus squad's still 2/10 away. And as they head up towards the first corner. Benjamin Koo yellow flag through. Pretty sure that was Ascari yet again. Rounding outside, Guaz goes. Cardinale trying to force him super wide. He forces him onto the escape road a little bit there. Not the cleanest of defenses, but still ahead for now. Ferlinski now on the inside of Ryan Leach, completely missing the corner, and it's going to be letting Ryan Leach through yet again. Unfortunate stuff for Ferlinski, not able to get a clean overtake done yet. as Abe Santama has been chipping away at Timur Chulukin's gap between him and Abe. It is about 4.2 seconds now. Abe able to do 0.3 a lap quicker than Timur Chulukin, with about 10 minutes to go for most people's stints. Maybe 20 if you push it really far. However, Timur Chulukin now finally, yet again, gaining back onto Europichichenko. That last lap was spectacular, 47.7. Gained a whole 10th on Europichichenko and gained a whole 2/10 on Abe Santama last lap. So, yeah, not sure what is going on. Maybe just leaving all the pace until the last bit of the stint in order to make those crucial moves before they head into the pits. Now, I think the situation for most of these guys will be, if the driver in front pits, you pit as well, because the undercut does work pretty well around here and you don't want to be in the sights of that. Remember last race when Louis Rotters came into the pits like 20 minutes before everybody. Still went on to win, and he gained the lead pretty much after another pit stop, so it worked really well. As Timur Chulukin now only 0.3 away from Europichichenko. He does have the slipstream advantage here to maybe go to the inside, just like Europichichenko went for the late move. As in the background now, battle for 15th place with Benjamin Koo. Here's Daniel Giraldo. As towards the second chicane, as Europichichenko sets a 47.4, fastest lap of the race so far. But Daniel Giraldo now losing a bit of time to Benjamin Koo and not going to be able to make a move anytime soon. Daniel Giraldo only 3 tenths away as they head through Parabolica. He probably will have the slipstream advantage here, though he lost a bit of time out of the exit. Daniel Giraldo tries to go to the outside. Not going to be able to make a move there. Side by side, Daniel Giraldo on the inside trying to make a move, and I think he's going to be ahead. And he will indeed be. For 15th place is Benjamin Kuhn, nearly having to go off the track. Up at the front, Mateusz Guad still trying to reclaim that 5th place back from Emmanuel Cardinale. As the first pit stops should be coming in pretty soon. 10 minutes to go on pretty much everybody's stint timers except for Darren Jones and Sander Bauer, who came into the pits quite early. And there goes Lewis Rotters, the first person to come into the pits. Will this be okay, I thought it was going to be a pit stop for Manuel Cardinale as well. Mateusz Guad, it won't be. Maximilian Bacher, will he be coming into the pits? No, he won't. Neither will Ryan Leach, I don't think. Although he will, and Philip Berlinski was going to go into the pits. but is doing opposite to Ryan Leach. Sammy Cowell, will he be coming into the pits this lap? No, he won't. Neither will Tudor Nachita. Chris Martin, will he be following his pit stop UK car? Yes, he will. Into the pits he goes. Alex Ames, behind him is Diego Cozzolino. Will he be coming into the pits? No, he won't. Neither will Diego Cozzolino. Daniel Giraldo has a pretty good gap behind him and in front of him. So is it time to pit? Is the big question. As Luis Rotos comes out of the pits, yes, it is time to pit. Daniel Giraldo coming in. Benjamin Koo not coming in, even though that Porsche does eat tires like breakfast. Yura Puchichenko sets another quickest lap time of the race. Abe Santama and Timur Chulukin into the pits. I think this is a sign for Manuel Cardinale to put it in as well. Go for it for the tires. I think it's Jakob Osterman who is now out. Oh, Manuel Cardinale doing a bit of a fake there. His squad's not falling for him. Neither is Maximilian Bacher. Philip Ferlinski not coming in either. Sammy Cowell side by side with Tudor Nachita. I think this might be a good time for him to come into the pits, or maybe for Tudor Nachita as well. As Tudor Nachita does not come into the pits, neither does Sammy Cowell, who will continue to fight on. Diego Cozzolino, now that he's ahead of Alex Ames, he might want to clear this pit stop. But not this lap. Neither is Alex Ames. Benjamin Koo. Abe Santama just about coming out of the pits now. In 11th place. And Jakob Osterman, crucially, really close behind him. As Abe Santama came out to the pits into a bit of traffic. So, not the best of pit stops. As there goes Yura Puchichenko into the pits, so Emmanuel Cardinale will probably want to do the same. And no, he doesn't know. Neither does Mateusz Quads. Maximilian Bacher now coming into the pits. Philip Ferlinski looks like he's going to stay out. But he's really not. He's coming into the pits. Tudor Nachita. Oh, contact. Whoa. Okay, that was not great at all. Good time to come into the pits then. I think. Yeah. Man. Not great at all. Nice. Yura Puchichenko comes out of the pits. Here is Timur Chulukin. Very, very close. He's going to be on warmer tires as well, as it's going to take Yura Puchichenko about half a lap in order to try and warm these up. But I'm pretty sure they will be A-okay. And I think they might have switched drivers as well. Did they? Yeah, Florian Mack now takes the wheel. Manuel Cardinale, yellow flags. It's good time to come into the pits, I think, as Mateusz Quads overtakes them for what is pretty much first place. And Emmanuel Cardinale not going to be leading a lap. As Benjamin Koo comes into the pit, so does Alex Ames, and these guys don't. They're hanging it out right into the last bit. And Timur Chalukin so close to the back of Florian Mack. As Timur Chalukin comes into the pits. Did they forget to switch fuel again? As now Abe Santom and Jakob Osterman will take that one extra position. And now it is Florian Mack who provisionally, well, net leads the race. Abe in second place. And Jakob Osterman going to be in third. Whatever happened to Timur Chalukin? Drive-through for them. It is a drive-through for Timur Chalukin that causes him to come into the pits, and now he's down into 5th place. It's definitely not what they wanted to see. But we'll be back. Might as well make a small little comeback. Seems like everything has calmed down by a bunch. I did see some battles while I was away. However, Pachinko still leads the way. And then running very good pace of a 47.5. Oh! That's one of the MSR cars, completely missing the corner. Still no rain. And still dry as anything. Nice little sunset as MSR car yet again behind the Forza Italia car with some flashing lights going on. Ah, that is due to the damage now, or at least visual damage. This is a huge amount of damage if they actually have it. But Iman Bauman still yet to come into the pits. 25 minutes actually to go on this stint. Extended it quite well as Timur Chilikin comes into the pits. So does Scott Donaldson and Yuri Petrichenko. I think also Matt Royale will be coming into the pits quite soon. Still no rain. I'd be hoping for some rain, but no. And that is Abe up into third place, which will be... might be second after the pit stops for Banana and Bauman. 1 hour 30 minutes to go. 1 hour 40, actually. Most likely. Chris Martin. Finally a battle on track. And it's a battle between teammates. So they let each other by. Another close battle about to happen. There we go. Fabian Birvert with Chris Martin getting closer to each other. Finally might have some action on our hands in the final 1.2 hours of this race. We'll see how it progresses, because Fabian so far has been gaining about 0.2 a lap on Chris Martin. Michael Beliki coming out the pits, I think. And so was Benaiman Bauman. That promotes Abe Santaman, Louis Rotters up 1 position each. And Abe up in 2nd place with Louis Rotters in 3rd. Hello. Hello here. Last 1 hour, 20 minutes of this race to go. Florian Mack still in 1st place for Whipperman Racing. Timo Chlukin there has a pretty big job on their hands, as he needs to gain about 35 seconds in the space of 1 hour and 20 minutes. He is going about a second quicker compared to Emmanuel Cardinale. With one more pit stop imminent for both of them. And we'll see if there are going to be any last lap position switches. Hope you're enjoying the race so far, even though it has been quite quiet. Yeah, quite quiet. Though Fabian now finally catching to the back of Chris Martin. About a 10th a lap he has been able to catch. Well, then, for the last 5 minutes of... 5 minutes? 15 minutes of the race. We can probably have a look at the standings, the provisional standings that will probably be happening at the end of the race, or the provisional results. Florian Mack, for 15 minutes to go, having a 60-second lead over Emmanuel Cardinale. I highly doubt that that can be beaten. Though, Emmanuel Cardinale, will they have to come into the pits as well? I think they will. Yep, so they will be losing a couple of positions here to Noel and Jakob Osterman. Though I'm not sure if they will lose the position to Jakob Osterman, as they only have to probably do a drive-through or a fuel change, Add some fuel. They are driving the Lamborghini, so it is going to be pretty easy for them to just drive through and not lose as much time at all, as a drive-through here is... I completely forgot how much it is, actually. Oh, great. I used to have a table for it, where it said, like, drive-throughs are this, and everything, and now it's gone. Oh no, there it is. Monza drive-through is 25 seconds, so if they do decide to come into the pits for just a drive-through, they will stay ahead of Jakob Osterman. They'll still be behind Noel Hatche no matter what they do. A 1 liter refuel will leave them behind Jakob Osterman, so yeah, we'll see what happens with Emmanuel Cardinale and how they decide to go about this situation, because I think they're gonna have to actually come into the pits now, and we'll see if they will do a drive-through, add some fuel or whatnot, because they do have a pretty big gap to Timur Chulukin. They will not be losing out 4th place, but they can lose out on 3rd place if they do decide to do a proper pit stop here. So they will have to come into the pits now, as they've only got 1 minute and 39 seconds to go. Stupid moth somehow flew into my room. Interesting. Manuel Cardinale will be heading into the pits now, and that will give the position to Noel Hatche. As we speak, he's coming around the final bend now. He will take 2nd place. Manuel Cardinale, though, are they coming into the pits? And it looks like they might be. So, will they be losing out that position to Jakob Osterman? Yes, they will. Jakob Osterman coming through the final bend as well now, through Curva Parabolica. And Emmanuel Cardinale sadly in the pits. Only for a bit of refuel, but they will still lose that position to Jakob Osterman and tumble down into 4th place. Timur Chulukin will be too far back in order to gain from this. And Matthias Guad's also coming into the pits for a refuel. I'm not sure that will really matter in terms of position. I'm not sure. Was that a moth or was that a mosquito? Because if it's a mosquito, I'm gonna go after it. It was not. Yeah, Matthias Guad's just coming out of the pits now. There is Jan Daphner coming through Curva Parabolica. Will not get that position, and we'll see. Does anybody have any penalties? No, they don't. So it won't really matter in that sense. Unless somebody gets a penalty now. Let me check the penalties, actually. There should be a 15-second penalty heading the number 8's way, but I'm not sure that will really do much. Yeah, no, it won't. Luca Filippi is way too far back in order to gain from that. With the final 10 minutes to go, Timur Chulukin taking the best lap as well of the race, 46.9. But I don't think it will matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I don't know if it is going to be applied or not, or if it's already been applied. I don't know. I just see it in the chat over here that it's a 15-second penalty to number 8 for some sort of collision. I most likely missed it, as we are on lap number 192. Happened on lap number 180. A 15-second penalty for causing a collision on the straight before turn 11. Pretty sure turn 11 is Curva Parabolica. For driving through our car like it wasn't there. I guess that's really the maximum sort of penalties that the stewards can give out. Obviously, you know, I'm not as well read through the rules, but well, let me have a look. I think the heaviest sort of penalty they can give is like a 30-second stop-go penalty for causing a massive takeout of like 5+ cars. 10-second stop-go penalty for causing a takeout. Don't know what that is. Is that just for one car? Yeah, if it was a huge takeout, like driving through a car, then it may be a 10-second stop-go. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know. I'm not really involved in that sphere of things. Oh, I just saw it change before my eyes to a stop-go 10. It's literally as if they're listening to the stream. Stop-go 10 now for the number 8. And that might cause some turbulence for Chris Martin. I'm not sure. Stop go 10 seconds is... No, they didn't say it here. Nice. Now, stop go 10 seconds is like changing 1 liter of fuel. No, 10 liters of fuel. I guess it would be like 40 seconds. And Luca Filippi won't gain any positions from that either. Minutes to go off this race. Stop go 10 was applied. There we go. And they will actually have to come and serve it. Final 4 minutes to go. Chris Martin will have to come into the pits. And there comes Chris Martin into the pits. Just have his stop go 10, and we'll see if that does or does not knock him down any positions. Here's Luca Filippi coming through towards Ascari, the number 7 pit stop UK car. So it's actually 2 pit stop UK cars. Not sure which one of them is higher up running, because you never know, they could just swap positions towards the end, because Darren Jones is a whole lap behind them. It is the Pit Stop UK Lamborghini that's higher up in the standings, so I guess it will gain them up an extra couple of points, and they'll be able to stay up there as Chris Martin comes out of the pits and did not lose any positions. There you go. Final 26 seconds of this race to go. The lead P1 has, yeah, it's always... P1 always will end up having a humongous lead if they are having such pace like Florian Mack has. had and Yuri Pichachenko has had this entire race. You know, even though they did have that kind of poor start in the beginning, they still were able to absolutely pull through and able to gain those extra positions and the gap to the cars behind. And now able to take P1 for Whipperman Racing, their first win this season in the BMW, but able to continue on the legacy of Whipperman Racing as they take P1. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it is a good day for Noel Hatche and Abe Santama of VGTR Esports. A P2 will gain them quite a lot of points indeed. Noel Hatche takes P2, and Jakob Osterman, even though it could have been a race to continue the streak, it still is a P3, and they still most likely will be P1 in the championship by the end of next race. Well, that is the race today. Only Ethan Watson, Gino Najita and Connor Watson retiring from this race, and the 999 of the Phoenix eSports car also retiring from this race. But the rest able to just about carry on and finish this race just like Florian Mack did. Well, big congratulations to everybody who finished today, and a big thank you to everybody who watched the race today. If you did enjoy it, do be sure to support us on YouTube and all our other social medias, linked down below. And thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.